gemacht die Woche?
Achterball, ja. Auch Laufschnitter. Ich habe alle vollen so und alle halben so. Und dann haben wir die halben und die volle draufstehen.
Wir sind noch voll und halb.
Eigentlich schon. Ja.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Welcome everybody to the Kamui Slovenian Open in Podcetrtek, presented by the IBPF and Predator Group. And for today is a winners qualification round match between two friends, both representing Austria and both are world-class players. Mario He will be up against Albenushan for a place in the last 32 single elimination stage. My name is Tim de Ruyter and I will be accompanied by my good friend and colleague Arya Sorabi. What do you think about this matchup, Arya?
Hi Tim, hi everyone watching around the world. Yeah, this is a fascinating matchup. Well, you put me on the spot there. I actually wanted to ask you how you go about playing your sparring partner, someone like these guys. They obviously know each other through and through. So yeah, if it was you in this scenario, how would you approach this match?
Well, in general, I'm not too great at it. I mean, to be honest, if you consider how much they travel together, they practice together, I mean, they've spent many years together, played in the same team, won the European Championship teams a couple times. So as you see, it's only going to be smiles back and forth. Like it's going to be very difficult to play your best game with that distraction in the background. So yeah, you could shut it off completely, or you can just let that vibe go and make it comfortable, just make sure you're comfortable in these conditions. Look at this for a break. Oh.
A little bit unfortunate, you would say, because of the position of the balls, although it was a fabulous break, as you've mentioned.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Now, if he can still... Well, I mean, I think he could still go either stripes or solids. The 2-ball does go in the left center. But what would be your opening shot on the solids? So I don't mind to go for stripes. But gotta make sure to get the 15 out very early.
Well, I mean, if it's the solids, you take on the 3 right here. You draw the cue ball very close to the corner pocket, but it's looking like he's going for the stripes. So he's got a different plan in mind. Well, as you can see, there's a lot of balls more or less protecting one another. So if he can peel off one by one off the reel, all of a sudden it becomes wide open.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's nicking out the 15 here to open the corner for the 12. Has to do the same thing on the orange stripe 13 in the top left corner to open up the corner for the 14.
Well, let me ask you this then, Tim. As you've alluded to these two gentlemen, that they know each other and they've been traveling a lot around the world, practicing, competing. What are the obvious strengths of either of these two players?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I would say they're very all-round. They play all games. I would say Albin has a little bit more of a temperament compared to Mario, but then still both do have a temperament. So there is some fire inside for both. Both break the balls pretty well, I would say. I mean, they have big breaks, both of them. So, I kind of feel like this is... like they are looking each other in the mirror, kind of like... because the only thing is, maybe Mario's cueing is a little bit, how to say, more fluent, but I think Albin's alignment might be a little bit better, a little bit more technical. So yeah, if I have these two playing against each other, I would be having a tough time picking a winner.
Yeah, fair comment. And as is the case for those of you who've just joined us, or if this is the first match today, you've been following it live, as we have two channels on YouTube. These guys are playing 8-ball. As you can see in the bottom of your screen, it's the winner's qualification to place themselves in the last 32, and it's a slightly different format, isn't it, Tim? Can you elaborate on the breaking format?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, usually most of the people back home, they play winner break or alternate break, but now we are alternating the break per 2 racks, so 2 breaks each, and gives you a little bit more of momentum, I feel like, and it puts your opponent in the chair also for a longer time. As you can see, Mario is now getting the first game on the board with a break and run. If he can manage another one, that would definitely put Albin in his chair for, what could it be, 5 to 10 minutes. And if you do that a couple times, you know, you can actually force a mistake to where in alternate break, I think you're so guaranteed to get back to the table every 3, 4, 5 minutes, you don't really turn cold.
Yeah, fair comment. And the other thing is, at the highest level, and these guys are definitely at the top of the game, you know, all these little details are magnified. So if you're playing alternate break, two breaks per player, and so for some odd reason you get a dry break, you know, that can accumulate. So maybe one error and one dry break can make the world of a difference. And next thing you know, because I've done a match earlier today where the guy was playing pretty much faultless, 1 miss and 1 dry break, and he's lost the match 8-4. It can turn that quickly.
Yeah, and I think it's also especially playing 8-ball, just because we are having world-class players here and they get options after the break too. Now if the layouts show up like this, then it's going to be interesting, because those are very difficult to run out. But when they're in the open, give a top player a couple choices after the break and he will figure out something. Now, yeah, what would you play here? I mean, I basically wouldn't even like to start. Maybe I would make 1 stripe and play safe.
You've changed a lot, Tim, over the years.
Well, I think I learned a bit when to go and when not to. Because in this case, I just think there's just no future. Like the 14 and the 9, they are available. What kind of shot do you have to open up the 12? And what kind of shot do you have to open up the 10? Low percentage.
I think, honestly, more than anything, I think the bank on a 10 would be possible, or maybe the 4 is just in a way in the line of the bank shot. But the pink ball, that's the 12, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, he
Right.
does have the orange 11 to get to the pink 12, but then from there he has to get straight on the bank if the bank still goes past the 4. So it's like a lot of ifs, and when I hear if too many times, I tend to shy away from running out.
There you go. That was
Ooh.
perhaps a two-way shot, but has to be said, it didn't get the result he was after. Once more, I'm not so sure whether the bank is on right now on the 10. So yeah, it's looking like unless he's producing several magical shots, it's highly unlikely that he will run out from this visit. But the more balls he pots, the less traffic there would be.
Yeah, the main thing for him is he's never going to keep shooting here. Like, he realizes that he has to bring at least a ball near the 10 or the 12 to make sure in a later inning that he has something to open up the clusters. And the more balls you keep potting from there, the less balls you have later on in the game to do something, and your opponent gets more opportunities to play safe.
I don't know about you, Tim, but usually because we are so much used to seeing these top players run out racks, it's actually kind of racks like these that I look forward to most, because here you can really see the tactical astuteness of the players, because they can all pot and they can all create angles. They've got pretty much all the shots, but it's racks like these where it's more of a chess match. It's interesting to see who gets the upper hand in that department.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. In general, pool is a game where a player who shoots the most straight is going to win. But then, once in a while, you have a couple games like these. I like those. But it's still funny though. Albin did go a little bit aggressive there. I was going to say, if Mario cuts a 13, runs into the 1, he might still have the 11 on to open up the 10, but he knows that everything has to be so perfect. Every little bump he was going to play from there had to be perfect. So that's why he's pushed the 13 in front of the corner.
I like the tactical decision there, because he's done basically two things. He's blocked the path for the 5 to be potted in that corner pocket, but he's also left the 13 close enough where if he manages to get an angle on it, he can develop the, was that the 12, the pink 12? However, it's Albin's chance to nudge the 1 at least away, and if he's a bit lucky, he might even develop the 5, or at least leave himself a shot on the 5.
Well, what do you think about running in between the 1 and the 2 to play for the 5 ball? And when you push the 12 over, the 1 is also available to the top left. And the difference for Albin too is, he was trying to get a little straighter, but still has the 5 ball. The difference is there is also a bank shot available on the 3 ball, which Mario does not have the bank on the 10 ball. So the run out is a little bit more available for Albin.
There is an ultra aggressive shot here, Tim. If he wants to put the 5 in the bottom left corner pocket, he can run his cue ball into the 10 and the 3, and it might be the shot he is opting here.
Well, definitely has to try though. Oh, he didn't. Okay. So he must be playing. He knows that if he gets kind of straight on the 4, he knows that he will be pretty close for a bank on the red 3 ball. Oh no, he tried to open it up. Look at that for a shot.
Gorgeous
Excellent
shot.
cue ball.
Enough angle to punch the cue ball up and down. Shouldn't really cause him any sort of trouble here. There you go.
Nifty little shot there. Actually, we should be paying a little bit more attention, because we could have spotted that. but clever shot. Knew that he was always going to be on the 4. And he's stealing this rack from Mario. Mario's second break, and it will be Albin breaking the next 2.
It's the first little blow here by Albin, providing that of course he does convert his 2 breaks coming up shortly.
Now, I did see in general this table has been breaking a little bit different from table 1. I'm actually not too sure why, but I've seen some great breaks on this table still ending up to be dry. So I see the softer breakers get better results because the ball's tracking towards the side. They are not getting anywhere close with a very firm break. Now I do know both of them, they like to to break pretty firm, I would say. So let's watch the 2 balls tracking towards the side pocket. Let's see if they can get close.
That's the last thing you want at this stage. Well, here's an early chance for Mario to redeem his first break loss.
Yeah, main thing for Mario with losing one of the 2 racks he just did, main thing is to look at a 2 each score line with him breaking the next 2. That would be the minimum he's going for, and I think he does have a nice layout here as well. Maybe a little bit of traveling. The 10 is not the most available ball, but he does have the 11 ball near. Now, also he might opt to go from the 15 to the 14 straight away and use the 12 to get to the 10. Because if he plays 15, 12, 14, then he might have a little bit of trouble to get from the 13 back down table. So I might like to go straight to the 14. No, he's more worried about that 10 ball. He's opting to get there as soon as possible. Might have to play a stop shot here on the 11 area and cut the 10.
Yeah, I can see where you're going with that. The red stripe, the 11, and then the 10. Of course, it's, you know, I wouldn't mind going for that route, but it's looking like he wants to solve the puzzle using the 13.
Ooh.
Nice calculated shot there.
Yeah, very good cue ball indeed. Needed a perfect bump on the 2. Could have went wrong, not ending up with a shot, but landed nicely on the 10. So now this will open up the rack quite a bit. The only thing is the 8 doesn't go in the bottom left, so he needs to make sure he gets some angle on the 11 ball to still cross over for the 8 in the same corner as the 11, I'm assuming. You can see it from this angle, the 8 just barely doesn't go to the bottom left.
Mario reaching for his little mini extension. It's interesting because some of the players they've got that little extra extension screwed on all the time. Don't know about you, Tim. Is that anything you would do on a regular base, or are you more old school, just screw it on when you need it?
Well, I'm a very short guy, so in general I can use a little bit of an extension. So I basically wear the extension every time, every shot. But that's just because I don't have as much reach.
Well, it's looking like he needs to top this one through and put the black in the center pocket closest to his hand, you would think. Just off 2 rails, nothing crazy to do with his cue ball. Oh, he's powered through. It's landed a little bit short, but it shouldn't really cause a problem for him.
Well, it is the cue ball on the rail, but that's definitely a shot everybody puts a lot of time in practice, shooting from the rail. Level cue. And he does pull one back. 2-1 lead now, Mario He. Albin breaking his second. Really needs to make a ball on the break, Albin, because one more dry break could really get him into trouble.
Yeah, what was fascinating about the position of his cue ball, obviously it's in the kitchen and is a break box, so there is a, you know, you are limited where you can place the cue ball, but you know, I felt like he put it flush in the same line with the first ball, so not even the smallest of angles, which is, you don't see that too often these days. They always use some sort of an angle.
Well, I'm not sure if he was trying to get there, but now one interesting thing though, yesterday they had, I think, 1 or 2 wins. Let's see, I think they had 1 win before this. Yes, 1 win before this. They both played on the TV table and they both struggled quite a bit. They both had a close 8-6 win in the winners round 1. So I was actually expecting them to not play amazing this match, but if they're going to start making 3 balls on the break, just like Albin did, we could be in for fireworks.
And yet he's not ideal on the first ball.
Yeah, can you imagine? Make 3 balls on the break and then possibly either have to cut the 9 or the 3 ball. But I think
this
he
is
likes the solids more.
Yeah, this is a cheeky shot, but he can play the combination 10 to the 7. As long as he calls the 7 and he pots the 7, is automatically on the solids, and from that point on, it shouldn't really have to be that difficult. And you know what? I think he is going for that shot. So he's playing the 10 on the 7, he's calling the 7. Only after the break you can go for this type of shot. But then when the 7 drops, you're automatically the solids. There you go. And from this point on, it's just about connecting the dots. Wouldn't you say, Tim?
Yeah, I think that was an excellent call. I really liked this shot because the 7 really wasn't available anywhere. Now, the only ball I'm not too sure about is the yellow 1 ball in the top side of the table. It might be blocked to top left or top right corner, which, I mean, it might still go to the top right. In that case, it wouldn't be too tough. 3-2, 1-4-8. If it doesn't go in the top corners, then he might have to play the 4 first and then the 1 to get to the 8. He's landed a little bit far though, yeah? This is no good.
Yeah, I was about to say he's left himself a negative angle on the 2 where he can't really cross the table to pot the 1. Here you can clearly see the 1 does pass the 11, the, you know, the red stripe, but that shot isn't available to him right now. So he needs to, yeah, he's got enough angle to go around the rails here. Forward with a little bit of left spin. There you go. Yeah, so he's redeemed the situation. Unfortunately for him, he did lose his first of the 2 breaking options, but nothing, no panic station so far. It's 2-all.
Yeah, sharing the breaks so far, Albin and Mario. As you can see on the other table, 2 young stars. Daniel Masiol, one of Poland's best players. He's up against Yannick Pongers. one of the Netherlands' Dutch best players. So as you can see, quite the early lead for Martial. It looks like the score is now 4-0. But we have to stay focused on this match. Mario has 2 breaks now. Only had 50% in the first 2 breaks.
Yeah, so you can clearly see Mario places his cue ball right at the edge of the breaking box, whereas Alban is a bit, you know, centered lined. And this is definitely not a dry break, was it? Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh my days. Oh, that's horrible. I mean, the look at the spread of the balls. Nothing really safe
Yeah,
here.
well, that's the thing with 8 ball. Sometimes you feel like you're breaking the ball so well. And I also said that both players, they like to break the balls firm. So you would say plenty of movement. How can you have a dry break? But it still does happen.
Yeah, it's very easy to fall in that trap where you can almost feel entitled or sorry for yourself, you know. We always, you know, it's an endless discussion. We talk about the perfect break. What is the perfect break? Well, I mean, there's numerous theories about this, but ultimately, first and foremost, you need to pocket some balls. At least that gives you a chance and a visit at the table. Sometimes you can hit it flush, like you said, and you run a bit unlucky, but then you have this situation where basically you might think, if you're watching this, why is he taking so long? Well, it's about choosing which way to go about this, but you can't really foresee him missing this opportunity to clear the table.
Yeah, I mean, if someone would give me the option to put a little wager on this rack, I would always take it. I mean, there's no clusters. I think either the stripes or the solids would work. For stripes, he has to take out the 11 ball as soon as possible. For solids, I felt like the 1 ball was a little bit difficult to reach, but yeah, overall, plenty of choices to make. And that's what I mentioned.
You mentioned
with
the
these
11.
top players. Go ahead.
No, well, you mentioned the 11, and he's landed absolutely perfect. I don't know whether he played that shot, but you know, he can, right within this shot, he can solve that problem right away. There you go.
Yeah, and that was exactly the point I was trying to make also, is the fact that if you give both of them a rack like this where they have so many options, like if he had not landed on the 11, he still had the 15 and the 14 to get to the 11. So yeah, so many outs. And what a chance for Albin to at least guarantee himself a 3 each scoreline if he gets his run out here.
He needs to decide whether he wants to screw past the 5 using the long rail, or he wants to play in the gap between the 3 and the 5 to get access on the pink 14. Or is that? I think that's the 12. I beg your pardon. This is the 14, in fact. Yeah, so he's injected a bit more pace, guaranteed himself a two-way shot. No harm done.
Just a little bit of traveling from 10 to the 8, but does have a clear path. Top right spin. And then this 8 to take the lead once again. This is to make it 3-2. Mario to break one more, but this is guaranteeing a pretty decent scoreline for Albin if you consider your opponent has 2 breaks, and after the first break, you know you're at least staying even with someone. I mean, I'll take it. Just gotta make it happen on your own 2 breaks.
Absolutely, Tim. So can you just explain what would happen for the loser of this match? Would they be eliminated, or are they still within a chance?
No, they are now playing the winners qualification round. So the loser goes to the loser qualification round, the loser side of the bracket. The good news for both of them is the loser of this match doesn't have to play a lot of matches to still get to the last 32, because they have already won 1 or 2 matches yesterday. So that is the good news. But obviously you get a better seeding in the last 32 if you qualify through the winner's side. So yeah, they're definitely playing for something. But it's not the worst thing that could happen if one of the 2 loses, because they are going to meet probably a player in the loser bracket that has played maybe 5, maybe 6 matches in a row. And then I would say one of the 2 players here are more rested than someone that has played 5, 6 matches. He did make a ball on the break though. So far, no real advantage, I would say, either way. Assuming that Mario is going to clear the table. Ooh. Landed a little funny there, Arya. He's not on the 9, I feel like. But he still have the cut on the 10.
Well, he's got the cut back in the middle if he wants to for the 14-12. Sorry, the pink 12. What am I saying? But yeah, well, so that's the shot here, and just needs to avoid making contact with the 2 striped balls here on the bottom of your screen, just like so. And this time he does land, I was about to say good, but a little bit hampered with his cue ball options.
Well, the worst thing is, most of these shots, I know both of them, they're great straight ball players as well, they play on multiple balls at the same time, so he knew he was going to get either the 10, 13 or the 9. But to land jacked up over the 10, yeah, that's something you just don't have that much control on. And that's where the mistake came from, just basically the cue ball running just that little bit too far. And it looked like he put a little bit of body, yeah, it was a body movement on that shot, didn't he?
Yeah, some unwanted side, and as you were just explaining, when the cue comes up in the air, and if you're not striking the cue ball directly in the line that you're aiming at it, you will inject a bit of more or less like a masse shot, you know, those the famous ones that you can see in the trick shots, and then so the cue ball starts to arc, and then it's off its path of aim, and then you can easily miss a shot like that. Now with a great chance, Albin here, to really give a psychological blow to Mario, because this is on his final of the 2 breaks, and he could be facing 4-2 down with Albin to break twice after this. Yeah, I like this shot because he's playing in an area, as you can see, where the cue ball is landed. Even if it wasn't completely perfect on the 7, which he is, and he might still not take it on, he would always have the 6 in the bottom left corner pocket. And I think he's gonna take that shot on, because again he's gonna play his cue ball in a zone where he leaves himself 3 options, whether it's the 3 in the middle or the 1 and the 7 in the bottom top right. Well, he could, well, I think he just ran a bit too far for the 1 in the, you know, the yellow 1 in the right center pocket, but he's definitely got the 7 here, and his cue ball is still on a string.
Well, I do like playing 6-7 and then the 1 in the corner, because you have such a big area, so was a little bit too sensitive to hold for the 1 in the center, but knew the 7 was connecting the 1 to the corner, and that's also where I think Albin plays very interesting straight ball and 8 ball. He sees the connections, so most of the time when you get straight on one shot, it just instantly gives you another stop shot or stun on your next shot, and that's how he makes the game look very easy. He's gonna take a 2-game lead here. 4-2 Albin. No way something happens here, so has definitely managed to break Mario. Does have 2 breaks coming up, so a possible 6-2 coming up with 2 successful break and runs. But as you see, we have not only seen break and runs so far, so plenty of drama still to come, I feel like. As you see on the other table, the Dutchman, Yannick Pongers, in trouble. Not sure, yeah. Marshall just put the 6th rack on the board. Now, I do know Yannick is not a huge fan of playing 8-ball, but he surely won't be amused being down 6-1 in a race to 8. Not exactly sure what we are waiting for right now, Arya, but maybe the referee had to take a little time out himself. I mean, I don't exactly know what we are waiting for, but hopefully everybody can bear with us. Now, interesting little fact, most of the people would know, but for new viewers, is the fact that these two, they're not only representing both Austria, they're not only European team champions within the same team, but also they have won the World Cup of Pool, I believe, twice or 3 times, which is a worldwide doubles tournament basically. And these two are one of the strongest pairings on the planet, but now they're facing each other, so you can imagine there must be quite some energy between the two of them. We could possibly be waiting for the score to update. Maybe the referee is working on the score, because Albin is leading 4-2. The only difference basically between the two of them is Albin has won the World 9-Ball Championship twice, and Mario has not won the World 9-Ball Championship yet. But definitely could still come. He's such a great player. There is that break. 3 balls in. Ooh. What do you think here?
I mean, realistically, there's not an easy pot on the stripe ball, so basically it's looking like the table has forced him to go for the solids here. And I still do see an outing for the solids, although he needs to really get a good tight control on his cue ball if he wants to run this rack out.
Yeah. Can you imagine? You make 3 balls on the break. You look at the layout and say, oof, really? It's not the most horrible if he gets straight on the 3 ball, right?
Yeah, well, the reason you're saying this, Tim, which is quite rightly so, as you can see, there's you know, at the bottom right corner, a lot of balls that are blocking one another. So if he lands straight on the 3, obviously the next shot would be to follow up this cue ball towards, let's say, towards the between the first and the second diamond, to have a nice positional shot on the 2 or the 7 in the bottom left corner. But although I don't think that shot is on now, because he's landed with too much angle. So realistically, if the 4 does not pass the 2 and the 7, he needs to, if he's still going for attack, of course, he needs to develop something here.
Yeah, might still be able to play inside spin, trying to catch just a little piece of the 7 ball. But you know, it's a very soft, a lot of spin. If you play it too firm, it's going to bounce off the rail too fast, so you have to cue it perfectly. Or does the 4 go? Can he land still to get... I mean, it doesn't look like he's going to open up. Oh, he was trying to open up the 7. Yeah, like I mentioned, it was... It's super sensitive, that kind of shot.
You know, no points for guessing what the big problem here is for Mario, of course.
Well, I am considering making the 15, drawing back to where the cue ball is now, and then to play a safety on the 13, like open up the 13, get it out, and maybe bring the cue ball up table behind the 9 or the 12. Something similar.
Do you know what, Tim? I don't think that's a bad call whatsoever. Actually, this is a time in the match where, yeah, you clearly see there's no intention to pot a ball from this visit. Trying to play safe, and he's developed the 12 and the 9 there.
Yeah, maybe he was even thinking if he gets ball in hand, or Albin will be kicking or playing safe at least at the bottom side, anything he gives Mario on the 13 is an opportunity now, because the stripes are open.
That's good enough. No clear path to the 13 like you've mentioned, so that's going to be a key ball for both of these players, really, because the 13 is also blocking the solids for Albin, so Mario should have the advantage here in the safety department, but he needs to come up with a good shot here. So
I'm a little bit surprised he's playing this, though.
He has called
Like,
this. Yeah, this was more like a shot to nothing in my eyes. I think he definitely played the safety, as you can see where the cue ball has landed, but he's called the shot where, so that at least after that he's still got an option to play a better safety.
Yeah, well, I think it was maybe too early to pocket the ball yet, because like whenever you make the ball, he's kind of forced to do something after. Now I like the fact that he's pushed the 12 ball over the corner, but I mean, the 13 still is Mario's problem. Do you think Albin can play a stop shot on the 2, like freezing the cue ball on the 13, and the 4 ball will be in between the 12 and the 15? Like, do you think he can hit it full enough, the 2 ball?
Well, what I would say for that shot is it is the shot that gives you the maximum result, but it's also the most risky shot out there. Yeah, so deliberate. Oh, I was about to say deliberate foul, but you could definitely see the edge of the 7 there. By doing so, he has opened the pocket for Mario to pocket the orange 13 stripe. So, and if he can get to this ball, which I think he can, because he is looking at it, he's won the safety exchange, because there's nothing preventing him to clear this rack and get one back on the board again.
Yeah, I just think the safety shot Albin tried to play, it was super sensitive, and it was just as risky as playing the safe on the 2. But if I look at the 2 ball from here, I don't like it as much, so maybe it was the only shot he had. Well, needs a good shot here though on the 9. Bring the cue ball 2 rails to the left side of the 15.
Well, you called it, Tim, and luckily for them, they are playing at the best conditions and best table. So in some parts of the world, that shot would be really challenging. And although these guys are playing on the top-notch quality, and he did strike the cue ball as good as he could have there. Yeah, 48 in the middle, nicely straight enough. Yeah, so Albin would be disappointed after having forced an advantage, because after that there's still 1 break left for Albin, but he would have loved to be 6-2 in ahead. Now at best it would be 5-3 or even 4-all. Who's to say?
Yeah, when I mentioned earlier on when Albin won the 4th game on the board, I said, Mario could be looking at a 6-2 deficit, but that's only in the case that there would be only breaker runs from Albin, and that plan goes right out of the window, I would say. This match is one of those matches that could go all the way. I mean, they are so similar in game, not exactly the style as in technique and anything, but they are just so knowledgeable both that, yeah, especially with how they break the balls, I think we could be in for a long match here.
Yeah, absolutely, Tim. I mean, at the top of your head, if someone would ask you in any event, and providing that we're not looking at the current form of either of the players, you go, well, we have a matchup, Mario Hef versus Albin Ushan. Can you predict the score? I would 9 times out of 10 say, well, whoever wins it, it will be at best maybe 1 rack in it, if not 2. And it's always going to be close with these 2 guys because they know each other, and they're really well matched also. It's not like either of the 2 players has a huge advantage in any skill department. So, and that's the thing, you know. Albin, for of course, of the two of them, is the most decorated player. He's pretty much won everything there is to be won, you know, in a professional pool, and Mario gets to practice with him on a daily basis. So that also, you know, brings up Mario's quality of play, and that's why it's hard to see either of the players run away with this match.
Well, what do we have here? Another chance for Albin. This
think he
one
can
looking a little bit better, right?
Yeah, I would say he can float this 4 in and leave his cue ball, you know, let it just drop on the left top rail, and then he's got an option between the 6 and the 1.
Oh,
It's like a drag
only
shot, we call this.
I'm a little bit worried about the 2 ball though. Like, in general, I think the stripes are laying quite alright. But he did go for solids, and it will be interesting to see what he plays on the 2. The 2 ball is near the rail. He could play the 6, 2 rails, and bump the 11 out, so the 2 does go to the top left corner. But as you can see, the 2 is pretty close to the rail, and there's a lot of players that are not a big fan of shooting that ball in the top corner when it's so close to the rail. As you see, he has not chosen to open up the corner. Is he going to shoot the 5 and try to run the cue ball in the 2? I do like that. From this position, has to kind of go for it. Doesn't have another chance.
Well, he's moved 18 balls there, except for the 2.
Yeah, surely wasn't trying to run into the 10 ball. And I think the only reason why he ran into the 10 is because he's hit it slightly firmer to try to run the 2 ball really off the rail. If he had played it soft, he probably would have ran into the 2, but no future after. So it's it was a tricky one. And he kind of knows that he's in a pretty horrible position right now.
Yeah, so from this position, look, he can definitely play the
Ooh.
bank from this position. And the 9 being more or less like a stopper for the cue ball. He could find himself, if he makes this bank, with a shot at the 7. Yeah, he's called the bank. For those who do not know these terminologies, a bank shot is where you use the cushion to pocket the ball in a different, not directly in a pocket. Oh, look at the 9 there. Well, he's missed the bank as well. However, he has closed up shop on the 9, so there is definitely one ball where what needs a bit of attention here for Mario if he wants to level the scores. Just the slightest of angle here on the brown 15. Can he run into the 9 and the 7, you think?
Yes, but might have to play a little bit of a stun run. As you see, it's a little bit straight. No, he was playing the short side shape of the 9. I don't mind it, but in general, I think you're always gonna have the angle going towards the 14. Like, we will have to see more traveling. Can he still get shape for something on the 10? Well, this is shaped for something on the 10, so decided not to nudge to the 7-9. Wow, what a match.
Swings. A lot of twists and turns. I mean, if you would have told me it's 2 breaks each, 8 ball with these guys, and either one of them would fail after 8 racks to convert 2 of their breaks each, I would not have believed you. But that is looking like the scenario here.
Oh, he even overspun the ball there. Look at this, he's gonna land straight in on the bottom left corner. I think it still does go, but he was trying to play the 8 in the bottom right. Does it? It surely does go, or at least based on my eyes.
Yeah, it goes because he's already on the shot. He is a bit hesitant though, so it's not 100% sure. It's gone off the 7. Wow.
Can you believe how he's made the 8? How
Wow.
thin and both of them, they are enjoying this too. Like that, I mean, that must be the funniest thing you'll see today. I mean, that is just unreal. Imagine that pace too. Try to carry him off the 7 with that pace. That is fascinating.
That's insane. But very important visit there for Mario. He's leveled the scores again. He gets 2 breaks, and yeah, astonishingly enough, neither of the players have converted 2 breaks. They have per player. So let's see if Mario can actually force some sort of advantage of these 2 breaks. He's definitely more than good enough to do so.
Yeah, now he has leveled the score for each, does make a ball on the break, so basically the original initiative he had in the match, winning the leg and breaking the first 2, did come back after 8 games. And so far so good. I think he could go either way. Wouldn't mind to play 9-14, get on the 11, just to get from the 11 to the 12-15. That should be it. Could also go for solids, cut the 7 and go 2 rails. Basically has plenty of options if you look at how the balls are spread, so it doesn't really have to worry about bumping balls or opening clusters. That's a good news. But a little bit of traffic, so we'll have to maneuver the cue ball nicely around the table. Yeah, and that
Nice.
nudge really opened up everything, didn't it? Straight in on the 4 area. Yeah, not the toughest of runouts here. Oh, doesn't want to push D11 in front of the 6. You could see on his body language he was starting to get nervous with the 11 ball moving, but he's fine though. It's been a while since we've had a breaker run. And this time it will be a breaker run for Mario He, who gets another breaker run going and gets a long time ago since we've seen the lead for Mario He.
It looked to be going in the wrong direction there for Mario when he was trailing 4-2, and it was Albin to break twice, but luckily enough for Mario, Albin failed to convert these 2 breaks, and now all of a sudden Mario is actually back in front.
The edge of the pocket there, living on the edge, Mario He, but he stays at the table. I mean, that definitely is something. Look, let's see how aggressive he will play, because I kind of feel if he can make the 3 ball, I kind of like the solids. It's not too horrible. I think the stripes are a little bit worse. But the only shot he has on the solids is the 3 ball. I'm sure he's not a big fan of shooting that at this point, but it's either that or pushing the 13 into the 5, trying to cluster up those 3 balls, 13, 5, 10. And then maybe bringing the cue ball back to the top short rail near the 2nd diamond, but that way you do give initiative to your opponent, to Albin. Or is he going for a cut on the 13 and trying to make something happen? Yeah, he is going aggressive. Oh, that 5 could... Okay, it's not too horrible. I was gonna say it could block the 14. That would mean the end of the run out.
You just know you're in for a treat when the commentator says, okay, it's not horrible.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's just far from over. Look at the 11 ball. And the 14 definitely is not one of those balls you can use to open up the 11. So he has to get something perfectly on the 9. And then that happened. And things are just starting to get worse and worse. And yeah, I just really did not fancy the stripes.
And in this case, it's perfectly imperfect. He snooked himself on all of the stripes here, so he's in a bit of a trouble here. He might even consider a deliberate foul. Wouldn't you say, Tim?
Yeah, I mean, I'm considering, do I still want to go aggressive? Am I gonna make the 1, try to open up the cluster? Kind of feel like you have to, but he's already not on the 4 ball.
Yeah, I would go as well. Uh, far from convincing, that was.
That's just, I think it's just so interesting how, like, these two players, you can just see that playing each other, they're struggling. Like, we have not been even close to neither of them their best game. We're gonna see some magic here, though.
Yeah, well, it's called the bank shot, so it's a long straight bank on the red 11 stripe. This is to get a 2-frame advantage for the first time for Mario. Very makeable bank, by the way.
Oh,
there
look
you
at this,
go.
look at this. Oh, look at that cue ball. Can you believe it?
Well, Tim, there is one shot here, and it's far from easy. I think he can use the long rail. So if he's going jacked up and he can find the line here, he can use the rail here as he's looking and jump over the 3 and pocket the 8 there. And I think that's his only shot he's got here. There you go. See, it's jacked up, use the rail, and he needs to get his hand out of the way as quickly as possible. Well, that was the shot, and as you could see there, it was definitely not easy, but that was basically the only shot he had, and definitely worth going for as well.
Yeah, can you imagine? He makes the bank, gets shape on the 8. Now he's leading 6-4. Turned the whole match around, being 4-2 down. But that's all history. He's given Albin ball in hand on 5 open solids to level the score once again. What a match.
Whoever wrote this script, they should win an award. 5-all, neither of the players has broken run twice in either of the turns they've had so far. After 10 racks, it's still 5-all. All to play for as Albin takes a short timeout, as will we, Tim, and stay tuned for the finishing part of this match.
And welcome back from the Slovenia Open, Kamui Slovenia Open in Podcetrtek. Powered by the EPBF and the Predator group. We have such a great match going on. Arya Sorabi and Tim de Ruyter in the booth. We're 5 each between Albin Ushan and Mario Hay. Let's go.
Yeah, right at the last second the ball dropped there, Tim. But in doing so, he's got a very nice layout here to his disposal. So what would you do, Tim? It's looking like solids.
Yeah, especially if you look at the pink striped 12 ball on the left long rail. Not too much future on that unless you want to shoot that all the way to the top left corner, which in general pool players are not a huge fan of, so I'm assuming he doesn't like it either. He could punch the cue ball half ball of the 1 and just play shape on the 3 ball. So nudge the 1 out, make sure you always guarantee to be on the 3.
Time. Extension.
That's a little bit of a tricky shot though, like you don't want to leave the cue ball close to the 10 and you don't want to nick the 1 ball too thin. So you really need to develop something here. No, he has chosen not to play it. Does it? I mean, I'm assuming the 1 still does go, but if you catch anything off the 10 on this 7-1 combination, the 1 won't go. As you can see from this angle, perfect angle.
Yeah, nicely done. And now all of a sudden there's nothing in his way to clear this rack.
Time.
Yeah, probably 6, 4, 3, 2, 8. Can run the cue ball quite a bit from the 3 ball. 3 rails around the 11, towards the 2, so a little bit of a stun off the 4. I cannot really go wrong with 3 rails here unless you manage to hit the 11. But anything at the center of the table is okay. He's hit it a little bit soft though. Look at how soft he's hit it. He's okay, but a little further away from the 2. And we'll have to kill the cue ball a bit here.
Yeah, nothing past his putting skills.
Yeah, I feel like Albin, one of the best shot makers in the world. Usually doesn't shy away from that 1 big shot on the rack. That's why I also think he's a multiple world 9-ball champion, because he breaks the balls well, and if he has to take 1 big shot on, he doesn't really shy away from it. It's a great quality to have. Score now is 6-5. Albin Ushan. His sister just won the WPA World 8-Ball Championship, so would be cool if they both would win events within a week or 2, but still a long way to go. Important break coming up. Could possibly put himself on the hill first. Well, what do you think about that break, Arya? It's looking pretty good, isn't it?
Absolutely. Nice solid contact on the first ball. You can see by the spread of the balls. They've flown around the table. And he's got options here. But you know, myself, if he's going for the solids, I would be tempted to just right away take off the 6 there. So you don't need to deal with that, but maybe he's also trying to open up this pocket for the 7. Eventually he has to play position, and he's done so here right away. What a shot he's played there, by the way.
Well, at some point one of them was going to get comfortable, I would say. But what a match in general. If you look at the momentum swings, Albin being up 4-2, Mario having the opportunity to go up 6-4, and now we're getting towards the point where Albin could get himself on the hill for a 7-5. Yeah, it would be nice to get on the 5 ball first. I think the 2 ball lays a little nicer to get to the 4, and the straighter he gets on the 4, the better he can put himself on the 6 ball. So easier to get something on the 4 ball going over the left side of the table, the bottom side of the table, than the top side. That's why he's played for the 5 ball.
Well, you've mentioned it before. He wants to leave himself straight enough on the 4 so he can control the cue ball.
Yeah, and I feel like that's just ideal. Ball and hand shape on the 4. And the 6 connects nicely to the 8 in the left center. As you see, a little bit forward. Could even stun in between, so he's close, near the 8. This is to get on the hill first. One step closer to get to the last 32 single elimination stage. And all the pressure on the break for Mario now. He does have 2 breaks, but he's lost the advantage. Has to break the balls perfect twice and run out, and then basically pray for another opportunity on Albin's break. Tough times for the Panda. Well, that's the first hurdle. does make a ball on the break. Now, I have to say it has happened quite a lot to where the cue ball ends up pretty much near the top short rail or near the corner. So not ideal, doesn't always give the best options, but he does have the 6 or the 9 in the bottom left, so could make something happen. If he goes for the stripes, the pink 12 ball is tricky, doesn't go to the corner because the 2 ball is blocking. If he goes for solids, the 1 ball will be difficult to get to, and the 2 ball will be blocked by the 9. Do you have any preference? Arya?
I would rather go for the stripes, to be honest with you.
Well, he has chosen for solids. I am very curious to see how he's gonna solve this, especially as he did not land on the pink 4 or the yellow 1 ball. Might as well go for 7, 2 rails and play the 2 in the bottom left. Try to get the shape right now. That would make life a little bit easier. Did not get as nicely on the 2 as he liked to be. And I think he's kind of forced to take it on because the angle on the 5 is way too big to get something on the 2. There's no balls nearby the 2 ball, so yeah, how are you going to play on the 2 ball later on? I think he's planning to still cut the 5, get on the 1, and then get from the 4 to the 2 ball, but he's postponing it a little bit. Does he get on the 1? Does he get on the 1? I think he's played an excellent shot there. Look at this. And now just the correct angle on the 4. Would like an angle tracking towards the right long rail on the 4 ball. How is the pace? I think the pace is there. So now 1 rail, top left spin, trying to run towards the 9. Trying to get the 2 ball in the bottom left corner. What a run out this would be, because obviously he knows that any mistake could cost him the match. And this is far from easy, this run out with that pressure as well, and how the balls are laying. Oh, is the cue ball gonna get there? Is the cue ball gonna get there? The answer is no. That, yeah, I mean, needed a little bit more spin, but it's always easy to say afterwards. He probably felt like this was enough and he was focusing on the speed. And we'll have to bank the 2 ball. Maybe bank the 2 ball. Can he draw the cue ball into the 12? Like, that might be an option in between the 12 and the 8. But make the bank. Has to make it. No,
Well,
it's not there.
I was about to say, Tim, you could clearly hear a lot of question marks in the tonation of your voice. So that in itself is an indication how tough the situation was.
Yeah, I mean, the layout, it was just very difficult, and whenever he did not get on the 2 ball early on, that's where I feel he kind of lost the rack. And now, yeah, I mean, look at Albin. He's cruising. He knows that this position is so wide open. Not much that could go wrong. So, looks like we might have a winner. We might have another player through to the last 32. Surely he still has to finish this rack, but playing a good friend of yours, I would not assume that there is a lot of pressure because it's your comfort zone as well. So 1 rail up to the 12. Now we do have plenty more action to come still. 3 more days of action. So make sure to stay tuned on all our channels. And there you see the handshake. So Albin is through to the last 32. Mario will have to put on a good performance in the loser qualification round later on. Thank you, Arya Soabi. And this was myself, Tim the Writer. Thank you all for joining us, and we will be back very shortly. So make sure to stay tuned on all our channels. We'll see you soon.
Die haben überlegt, in die 2 eine oder bei der 2 vorbei und auf mich. Aber so, daher wäre ich doch mitgekommen. Ich wollte es für den Ski spielen. Genau, aber ich wollte den so spielen. Wie soll ich in die Aufstellung kommen? Ja, aber die weiße Leute bin ich am Arsch. Ich muss den Weg.
Verzögerung.
Ja, der ist schon hässlich.
So weit war ein Weg, weil du hast den eingeschossen. Was ist der eingeschossen? Da ist es so blöd. Du hast den eingeschossen.
Ja, aber Verzögerung ist schon hässlich.
Na, ich hab's überhässlich nicht. Aber ich hab nur gedacht, weil das der große Problemfall ist.
Ich wollte den zuerst so spielen, dass ich runtergehe. Das Problem ist, wenn ich die letzten 2, die unteren 2 am Schluss habe, die 8 geht ja nicht da rein. Ungefähr 8, aber so.
We're with Albin out. We're with Albin Ocean. Albin into the last 32 with a very good win over always. How do you feel you're playing this week?
komplett warm halten, so.
Ich habe jetzt absichtlich, damit man richtig gehen kann.
Ja. Das geht sicher gar nicht nach hinten los. Verliert er vielleicht der Chefcheck und dann reagiert er. Das ist ein schönes Spiel. Vor allem in der Mitte drin.
Alter, zweimal kommt irgendein Scheiß und die liegt da zweimal da. Hurensohn-Spiel. Hurensohn-Spiel.
Ocean-Spiel. Onze team Ocean-Spiel.
Yeah, Hurensohn-Spiel. I don't know how people can drive like me 10 hours for this 8-ball shit. Break right 2 times and you get fucked.
Because you play with me.
Huh?
Yeah.
He said yeah.
The last mass player.
in a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Kamui Slovenian Open in Podcetrtek, presented by the IBPF and Predator Group. Our next match for today is a loser round 5 match between two great players. Alex Montpellier from France is up against Yuri Pisklov from Germany. Two very seasoned players, so I'm expecting a great match. The winner of this match needs one more win after this to get a place in the last 32 single elimination stage. My name is Tim de Reuter and I will be accompanied by my good friend and colleague Arya Sorabi.
Hi Tim, hi everyone. Back watching. We've just finished the previous match between an all Austrian affair. We get to see two fresh new players. What can you tell about these players, Tim?
Well, definitely Alex Montpellier, one of France's best players, has been traveling a lot as well in the recent years. He's been traveling all over the world to play American pool, but also hayball events, and having some great results. Got to the final of the hayball event in Australia, losing to Justin Sajic, but he beat, for example, Alex Pegulain doing so. So definitely a great player. And on the other side, Yuri Pisklov, first Bundesliga player, the highest league in Germany. I do recall to remember he's got to a quarterfinal or a semi-final in the Eurotour before, so definitely has a high gear and always a worthy opponent. So I'm expecting this to be a good match. Just wondering if the break could be a big factor between the two of them. Let's see, he has made a ball on the break. It's a race to 8 and we are breaking per 2 racks, so each player gets 2 breaks in a row.
Yeah, he would have loved to have landed on the 15 there, round 15, but that's unfortunately not the case. So he still needs to maneuver his cue ball to land on the 15. As you can clearly see, that's the one, the main ball that is congested around the 8 and the 2 and the 3. Sorry, the 3 and the 6.
Yeah, will be interesting to see. I think this is a nicer pattern though. 10, the 11. If he can get near the 11, would give him nice shape on the 15. Or maybe only to get from the 12 to the 8 afterwards, but could potentially opt for the 8 in the right center pocket if he doesn't like to travel back to the right side of the 8.
Yeah, so it's vitally important that he at least leaves himself a shot at the 15, basically where the 11 is. If you would draw a line from the 11 at the height of the table towards the side rail, anywhere in that line it should be fine. Yeah, just enough off the rail to be able to inject some sort of spin if needed on a cue ball. Well, you could clearly see where his next plan would be. It's on and off the rail towards center line of the table. Yeah. Well, for me it would be an easy option here. Just follow it through for the 8 in the opposite center pocket.
Yeah, he did land too straight to... Well, he can still stun the cue ball over. I was going to say it's still possible, but I did like your choice there. It's easy with that stun to lose the cue ball a bit, but he's nicely on the 8. Maybe some early nerves. As you can see, it is very hot, very humid conditions in Slovenia, so as you could see, it's a little bit sticky. The rails might be bouncier a little bit more, but that, yeah, not much you can do about that. It's not really the table's fault, but just the weather conditions. They influence the conditions that much. So he went to dry his hands, but still managed to make the 8. So opening breaker run for the German.
I was in the presumption that the the room they are playing in it's equipped with air conditioning, but maybe that's not the case, is it?
Well, it is a very big venue, and it's not always easy, especially with the temperature going up to 35, 36 degrees. It's not easy to keep such a big venue cool all the time. And also, well, I mean, every country is just different. We might have a luxury position in the Netherlands, but in Slovenia they might not be using the air conditioning as much as we would be expecting. So, I mean, we are obviously doing remote commentary, so we're doing it from home. So I can only explain my experiences from last year in the venue. Maybe he just had sweaty hands and it's not humid, but I think the table is playing a little bit bouncier. But definitely a great break. Again, 2 breaks in a row. Making a ball on the break, nice cue ball control.
Yeah, that's all you want for, right? When you start a match, start off with no mistakes, nice cue ball control. By the looks of it, he likes to keep himself fit. It's always a positive sign for me, as if you're a professional athlete, regardless of how physical your sport might be or might not be. But you know, when you see someone that is trying to keep themselves fit, like the best players we have currently in the world, the likes of Niels Vij and Joshua Filler, Albin, all of them, they like to keep themselves fit. Fedor Gorst, and yeah, that's on that. Really.
Yeah, I think pool really has changed in the last, what is it, maybe 8 years, 9 years. I think it really has become a trend to take care of yourself a little bit more, be more in shape, watch the food, watch the sleep, like all these details I think matters now a little bit more than back in the day.
Yeah, fair point, Tim. And this is something you see across all sports, really. Like, you know, the all-round average level of play in any sports has vastly grown. Like back in the day, in different sport categories, you'd have a specialist, and still still to this day you might find a specialist, but you can't really make a legendary career by being only good in one particular skill set. You have to, notch up the other parts as well, so that at least in worst scenario you don't have an obvious weakness. And it's all fine if you have extra ammunition, but the one thing you cannot afford in this day and age is to have a obvious, blatant weakness.
Yeah, completely agree there. Very good point indeed. And now, oh, look at this. He's making quick work of this. Cue ball on a string. It's looking to be a good start. I know for a fact we had Albin Ushan on the TV table just before this match. He beat Mika van Berkel yesterday 8-6. And then Mika met up with Yuri Pisklov, the German here, this morning. And Pisklov won that match 8-3. So that's quite a convincing win. Must feel good today. And he's definitely looking to show us another one of those great performances.
Yeah, so far so good. Would have liked to be a bit better on the 8, but surely this should not really cause any sort of trouble for him. Wipe this
Ooh.
feet.
So
Yeah,
now
so we
2 breaks for Montpellier coming up.
Yeah, this is a guy I had the privilege to play with in a team league. One of the nicest guys you will ever wish to meet. And aside from that, he's a fabulous pool player, as you've alluded to at the top of the show. He's been one of the key players from France for, well, I would say definitely over a decade by now. And owns a fabulous pool hall in Paris as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he will kickstart his match, because after the lag he hasn't had a visit at the table. This is his actual first visit to the table, and let's see if he can produce a successful break to start off his campaign in this match, I should say.
Yeah, lost the cue ball a little bit. Needs the 11 ball to drop. Or the 3 ball. Look at this.
I was convinced that the 11 would have dropped. That is really unfortunate for him.
Now, if you look at the spread, this rack is far from over. Still needs to do a lot. If you look at the 8 ball, I would assume, just based on all the stripes around the 8, I would go for stripes. I don't think the solids are so nice to possibly open up the 8. So I think he's going to try and play himself onto the 9. Well, first, if he gets the angle on the 9, possibly could open up the balls, spread the balls out just a little bit. Doesn't have to force a lot. Maybe it looks like he's going to run into the 14, into the 10 if he plays with the draw. I think I might like to play just top spin, stun top, follow the 14. No,
So
played a
15 must.
deliberate shot.
Yeah, the 15 must pot in the right center pocket. This is also the shot he looked at previously. Maybe even the top right corner pocket. No, so he's going for the middle here. Using the 8.
Oh, and look. Yeah, I was just going to say, look at how nicely he's going to push the 8 over to where he doesn't have to play any tricky position again to the 10. And from there, I also know he's quite a strong rotation player, so especially in these open positions, he doesn't make too many mistakes in general. Now I don't want to jinx him, so hopefully he still gets the job done, but it's based on my experience.
Yeah, I must admit, Tim, this is the first time I've seen him in live play, and I liked what I'm seeing, and particularly not just his potting skills and his cue ball control, but also the pace he plays it at. And funny enough, well, we've still yet to see Alex Montpellier to run a rack, but he is more or less the same pace. So if both players get their teeth in, this would be a very entertaining match. But so far, Yuri Pisklov is looking faultless, really.
Yeah, excellent performance so far from the German, who's looking at a 3-0 lead. And all tough times for Alex, who has the break, one more break coming. But the best thing he could do from this position is to pull one back and get it 3-1, but that is for sure not going to satisfy him.
As you can see at the bottom of your screens, it's losers round 5, which means whoever gets or loses this match gets eliminated from the field. However, the winner will go for the losers qualification round, so they still have one more match after this left to book their place at the last 32, all to play for. And Alex here desperately wants to get on the board and get involved, as it's the saying, it's a cliche, but it's very true. You don't settle until you have your name on the board. Let's see if he can create a successful break here. Got close previously.
Oh, quite some cut. Does make the 3-ball though, so he does stay at the table, but not the best break from him. And it will be interesting to see. Does have a shot on the 7, but the 1-ball is not that great. Sure, he can make the 7 and later on try to still get on the 1-ball, but that means traveling, more cue ball movement, and thus more risk.
Yeah, and also he needs pinpoint precise position on the 1-ball here. So, I mean, if you're looking to drop on the 1, you'd be aiming to get your cue ball toward the second diamond, the middle diamond at the left rail, long rail, bottom long rail. But to get there, like you said earlier, probably the 6 would be the most beneficial shot to use to get there. But again, it needs to be very precise. No, is he trying to screw
He might
across?
play safe.
He has,
Yeah, I think he was playing safe, yeah. Just because he knew he's still cold. Basically, he got to break the balls now twice. And besides that, he's had a lot of chair time. So I kind of do like the shot here. We don't see this very often, the safety on the open rack. Now, an interesting move for Alex very soon is to roll up on the 1-ball if he can still do that. Like just float a little bit forward, freeze on the 1. That would mean the 1-ball is then open and you don't leave a shot. And then you have to come up with a big shot.
Yeah, great call there, Tim. But the only thing is, if he does not nail the shot and leaves a pot on the 13, he might have put himself in a world of trouble. And I think that's the only reason he's not gone for that. He's been a bit fortunate actually, because he's left several long pots, but in doing so he has occupied the 5 there. Ironically, both of the orange balls, the stripe and the solid, they are covering one another.
Well, I was wondering, is there a cut on the 10 or maybe a bank on the 10? stripes are not too horrible after. Yeah, nice shot. Has a shape on the 11. I think if he solves the 13, well, I'm mistaken there. The 1 ball is now also blocking the 14 to the bottom left. So the 14 is not that much available, so first has to get to the 13 and then has to make sure something happens with the 14.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to take a risk, he could possibly run into it now. Well, I can only presume that's definitely something he was planning to do, judging by the pace, because if he was trying to play position, there's no way he needed that much pace into this cue ball. But he's still at the table. It's not like he's looking hopeless. Once again, it's the green stripe, which is, I believe, the 14 ball, that is going to be the key ball here in this visit. That's nicely controlled. But he's also running out of time to do something with the 14, so realistically, after this shot, he needs a nice angle. Otherwise, it could be end of visit. And he's definitely got nice enough angle to either play position or to develop the 14. What would be your choice, Tim?
I do like to run 1 reel and bump the 14. I think that you would say could barely go wrong. If you try to hold the cue ball in that little spot, especially with a little bit of a bouncier rail, I think it could really catch you wrong. See, he even overcut the 14 and I think he might still be on it to the top right. It's tricky though, queuing over the 1. The 6 might have landed a little bit in front of it, so it's not ideal. No, he's called a bank. He must not be on the 14, so he's made a mistake. First mistake of the match for Billiard Cloth, and I'm just wondering, the bank might not be on. Like, it's, I do believe the 5 ball plays a huge role in this shot. Yeah, definitely a good try, but this is one of those opportunities for Alex where he can get the stroke out a little bit, get some feeling for the table. And that might be just the thing that he needs at this point. So 1-4, 2-6-8. Could also play 4-6-2-8. I mean, there's always different routes, but I'm a big fan of a bunch of stop shots or tap-ins.
Well, a huge sigh of relief here for Alex. For a second there, it looked like he was in a world of trouble. Now he'll get a great opportunity to put his first rack on the board. Interesting, he's got his necklace out. What are your thoughts on that, Tim, if I can ask you about this subject?
On what exactly?
He's got his necklace out, and it's basically dangling over his over his neck. Is, I mean, doesn't that distract you a little bit? Maybe even flirt with a unintentional fall.
If you do it always, I'm guessing you're used to it. Like, if you, let's say you practice 20 hours a week with that necklace being there, I have the same thing with not wearing my watch lately. Whenever you play, you always feel that the watch, like around your wrist, you know, like on your bridge hand. But now when you take it off and you start to play, it kind of feels empty. Maybe it's that kind of thing. But yeah, sure, I mean, it can be risky, and ooh, not the best break, almost scratched, but he's made 2 balls on the break.
Yeah. See, that's the thing, right? I mean, sometimes we talk about the perfect break, and this was far from it, you know, technically. But then you look at him, you know, he's at the table, and he's got a, I wouldn't say a clear-cut chance, but a good enough chance to, you know, extend his lead. And it's all about really, you know, carrying on, putting a ball, and leave yourself options. And sometimes you can hit it perfectly flush, and then they don't go in. And if you cannot switch it up from that point, that could be your worst enemy, right? You're playing with this idea of I need to hit it this way rather than maybe change it up a little bit.
Yeah, well, I would always advise people to break the balls or play the way you play, like in practice, you know, you bring a couple options and you try those, but you don't start to try new things. In general, the new things, they don't work.
Yeah, I agree. In one of the best lines I read about a famous sport coach, and the quote goes as, we never rise to the occasion under pressure. We fall to our highest form of preparation. And that is very true.
Yeah, I like that. And I do like the pattern he's playing. Straight to the 14, because he knew there was no ball near the left area of the 14 to get this shape. But he has the 10 ball to connect with the 15.
Stopped just in time. If he would have ran a little bit further, he would have been in trouble with the 7 there. Nothing to do with his cue ball. He's absolutely straight on this 10. Just a stop shot would be ideal, because then he leaves himself the slightest of angles, just like this. Draw his cue ball back for the 8 in the same pocket. It's looking bright for Yuri, has to be said. Hasn't missed a ball yet, has he? Just run out of position once.
Yeah, so far one mistake from Pisklov in this match. But another break run on the board. And, well, like I've said, every time Pisklov makes a breaker run or 2 breaker runs, it is going to say at least 5 minutes, 6 minutes for Alex in the chair. And then if he has maybe 1 or 2 dry breaks, you could be looking at 10 minutes in the chair. And that's a little difference in this break per 2 format, which I don't mind, because it kind of gets the player cold and hot with the momentum.
Yeah, Tim, very good point. It's a very crucial terminology actually in sports, right? Momentum. It's a real thing. It's something palpable. You can just sense it. You can feel it. You can, if you're watching it live, you can tell. All of a sudden, all of the right things happen at the right time. So yeah, momentum is something we all are chasing when you're competing out there. And what a beautiful spread he's had there after another successful break.
Yeah, tap on the leg from Alex. acknowledging the fact that Yuri, I mean, every time he's breaking the balls, he's getting the cue ball past the side. So, well, the last break not, but overall in the match, he's been having good cue ball control. Look at his spread, stop shot on the 1, has the 5 ball after to come back down table. Would like to maybe get on the 2 ball, so if he can replace the cue ball with the 5 ball and take the 2, 6, 7, 4, everything is in the open.
I was just paying attention to his mechanics there, Tim. He's got a very nice and like a gentle grip on his cue. It's very loose. If you look at his wrist there, maybe from this angle it's a bit harder to tell, but he's got a, you know, the cue is like, how do I say this? It's just like it's sitting on the bed of his fingers. He's not really pinching his cue. This is why he's also so fluid.
Well, I would say he's a multiple medalist in the German championships. Like I mentioned also in the Eurotour, I do believe it was really a semi-final, but could be. Yeah, I think it was a semi-final against Felix Vogel in Estonia. Just saying, he knows his way around.
Yeah, the level of competition in Germany is mind-boggling. Really, it's that good. So whenever you are, let's say in the top 8 there, you can really play. Once again, a perfectly executed break and run extends its lead to 5-1. Alex, a lot to do from this position, Tim.
Well, he can only do so much, of course. He has 2 breaks now, but he definitely needs to start stringing a couple packs. I mean, you know, if you start to play better too, the momentum starts to change to where maybe Pisklov will make a couple mistakes as well. So it all starts with a good break and then another good break. I mean, that's the thing with this format, you know, like 5-3, basically pray for a mistake, then possibly 5-4, 6-4, maybe 5 each is possible.
Yeah, well, one thing is for sure, he can't afford to let slip of a rack in these 2 visits from his side. I mean, anything other than 3-5 behind is looking pretty hopeless. So already we are looking at very important exchanges in the end phase of the match. Oh, and he's missed that. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
And has to be said, Tim, it's a bit careless because that wasn't a difficult shot and he didn't really want to do anything with his cue ball. And since after the break still nothing has been potted, Yuri can play the combination here and stay on the stripes, which is looking exactly like what he is going to do. Yeah, I mentioned it before he took on that difficult, well, semi-difficult shot. He's in the position that he cannot afford another mistake or unforced error, and unfortunately that is exactly what happened. And this match is slipping out of his hands, to say the least.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, I really liked the stripes, how everything was laying. Can play 13, leave himself an angle on the 14 to drop to the right side. No, he's playing the 15 up to the 9-10. Ooh. I actually think he played for the 10 ball there. Landed a little bit in between. I was just going to say, it's not like Alex had such a horrible opportunity there, but he was
You could
queuing over his first shot.
Oh, you can get to the orange 13, which is a bonus. I didn't think he could get to the potting angle, but that already saves him a lot of misery. And it seems like he's retracted the situation there.
Yeah, I do like to take the 14 out because the rails, they're a little bit fast at the moment, so I like to let the cue ball go a bit. And anything in the center of the table would have been fine to float the 14 in. 14 also didn't go to the left center, so in this case I think he took the green striped 14 out very nicely. Yeah, we're looking at 6-1. Could have definitely been maybe 4-3, maybe 5-2.
Yeah. And this is the point of the match where, in order for Alex to keep his campaign alive, he needs to rely on mistakes from Yuri, and they've been very few, if anything, so far. He's playing almost a perfect set. He's only had one positional error, if I'm not mistaken, but aside from that, it's been clinical.
Yeah, and especially if you look, I think Alex now finally has found the break. He was breaking a little softer, did make one of the wing balls going into the side pocket, but being down 6-1, you're a little bit overdue. I mean, kind of late to start playing well, but you never know playing 8 ball. We both know so many dry breaks can happen, so many weird layouts can come up. Can we see a comeback for the Frenchman?
No, he will definitely need some help, and this is not helping at all. A ball in hand after break is usually the cardinal sin in professional pool billiards. Let's see which way Pisklov is going to go about this rack.
Well, I am assuming the stripes. I mean, if you look at the top left corner where the 7 ball is laying and the 2 ball being blocked to the bottom left and the top left, I am not even considering the solids by any means. I might start with the 9 ball. Probably 9, 14, and then from the 15 going down table, he's choosing to go. Oh, also I don't mind leaving the 15 and the 14 all the way to the end, going 13, 10, 11, 9, 14, and then from the 15 to the 8.
Yeah, but realistically he would have liked to be higher on the 10. Now it's looking like he needs to use the 8 to play position on the 11.
Yeah, unless he floats forward and takes a 15. Like, that's one of the clever plays, I would say. He's left those 2 balls there to where he knew he had a backup plan. Yeah, rail first on the 15. Just gotta make sure he doesn't catch the 14 too full, but I think he should be fine to just slide past it. Yeah, and as you can see, he's got the speed perfect as well on there. He's perfect on the 14.
Yep, it's a very, very convincing display here by Yuri. Cloth. Look, if he can keep this up, he's going to be a handful for anyone in the draw. Be on the lookout for this man. This is some very impressive stuff indeed, Tim.
Yeah, I have to say I might consider shooting the 11 ball first. With the bouncy rails, the cue ball will get off the rail too fast if you shoot the 9. It will be difficult to hold it. So now he's gonna try and get straighter into the 9. I think he's landed perfect. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's really feeling the pace of the table, which you can play very messy 8 ball if you lose the speed of the table, but it's easy to play 8 ball when you feel the table that much. Excellent display from the German. Got a feel for Montpellier a bit. But he did
I
have
think
a couple opportunities.
absolutely. I think it's the couple of dry breaks and just then the scratch on his break. So really his break has let him down, and he's missed the boat earlier on. I mean, he already started off going 3-0 behind, pulled one back, but ever since nothing has been really going his way. And on the other side, Yuri has been as convincing as ever, so that's a bad combination. You're not playing well and your opponent is firing.
Yeah, most of the time it goes together. I mean, when someone plays bad, it's quite normal for the other player to play well, to play a good set. I think it's a more difficult quality to play a good or extremely well performance while the other player is playing well. That's the challenge I feel like in pool.
I think in any sport, right? I mean, it's if there was
Yeah.
a card being dealt out and you're like, okay, what option do I have? I think anyone would choose to play their A game, but it's the biggest challenge we have as competitors. Can you bring your best game, your practice game, practice level under the bright lights? That's where the difference between champions and good competitors are made.
Now if you look at this layout for Montpellier, it does get to the table on Piscloff's break. Played a good shot there to open up the 4. Chose to go solids because the 9 and the 12 do not really go to the top right corner, and or is it the 9 and the 11? The 9 and the no. I can barely see the color behind the 8.
It's the pink, so that should be the 12 ball.
But the pink is on the top left. Well, I'm lost here.
Maybe it's the orange 13. You're right. It's the orange 13.
Yeah, so the 9 and the 13, they don't go to the top right, and the 12, well, now it does go to the top left, but before it did not go to the top left. So that's why he went to go solids. I need to get my eyes checked. How could I not see that color? So now was trying to get a little bit of angle to stun over to play the 3 in the top right. Landed straight, so we'll have to draw straight back. No. Still try to move the cue ball over, but
That's
came up
careless.
short.
That is, I mean, this is something you see often in matches when one player has been a little bit outplayed. Also, self-inflicted damage. In this case, the breaking part of the game, right? Does not serve them well, and then when they end in this position, they're 7-1 behind. Realistically, they know they have less than 1% chance to truly come out on top. They just let their arm go and basically give in, really. Oh, there we go.
And the cue ball. Yeah, I was trying to go directly to the short rail with right spin to come back out to the center.
That's, I'm afraid, probably his last visit in this match, and in this case also this campaign in this tournament. He's already taking his glove off. Yeah, he knows what is about to happen shortly, so I feel bad for my old teammate, because it's absolutely not anywhere near to his potential, his true potential. He's a very fast and fluent player, but unfortunately he came up short. And has to be said, every credit to Yuri, he did his part, you know, kept the pressure on him, rarely made any mistakes, broke well, run well, and then got the rewards.
Yeah, definitely not the Montpellier, I know, as you mentioned. But in the end, we had to get one winner. Pisklov now 6 balls away to get one step closer to the last 32. The winner of this match needs to win one more. Loser qualification will start very shortly. 5:15 local Slovenian time, so that's, well, precisely 19 minutes from now. Ooh. Well, you never know, but I think he does have the prime shape now, because he can cheat the pocket a little bit on the 15, get to the center of the table, or straight on the 14. Everything is basically okay on the 14. So Yuri Pisklov probably back in action within the next 20 minutes.
You might
And
see
we will
a
be back
handshake.
also.
Is there a foul awarded if he concedes the match from this point? I know in
No,
snooker,
but
in professional
yeah.
snooker, if you do that while the frame is gone, you will get a warning and a fine.
Well, not on the last shot of the match. So Yuri Pisklov beats Alex Montpellier 8-1 and advances to the loser qualification round, being played very shortly. Unfortunately for Alex, his tournament is over for now. We will see him at the next one. Thank you, Arya Sarabi. This was Tim de Ruyter, myself. And like I said, just be ready for plenty more action. Our next round starts in 18 minutes. 5:15. So be there or be square. We'll see you soon.
And hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. and you pool fans from all around the world. Here we are at the Therme Olimia in Slovenia. Players are about to lag. The game is 8-ball, 150 players for this Predator Eurotour KAMUI Slovenian Open. And they're playing 8-ball. This is a loser qualification match. The loser goes home. The winner will get into the final 32. This is a race to 8, alternating breaks every 2 games. This is George Tejea in the booth, and this is Mario He and Quinten Pongers from the Netherlands. Quinten has won the lag and will be breaking first in this race to 8. Mario, of course, from Austria, Quinten from the Netherlands. Mario won his first 2 matches against Arseni Sebastianov from Finland, and then defeated Dusan Braksichka, and then but lost to Albin Ocean in the winter qualification, so he has to play this match to get back into the qualification. Quinten to break first. Quinten lost his opening match to Mika van Berkel, and then defeated Simon Zappi, John Vim, and Arseni Sebastianov. And breaking here for his 5th match. Oh, almost a scratch. He's pocketed the ball. Has opening shots. Nice spread. The balls break very well. He broke the balls very solid. Almost lost the cue ball to the side pocket. And a very easy opener for the side pocket. And you'll probably take the solids. Everything is completely open in both sets, solids or stripes. The young man started playing the Euro Tours in 2018, so he's a rather young player from the Netherlands. Mario He, of course, has been playing and is one of the top players in the world with an 813 Fargo. Mr. Pongers with a 740 Fargo rate. For many of those in Europe that are not quite familiar with Fargo, it is an international rating system that gives you an idea where the players play. The highest Fargo in the world is 852, held by Joshua Filler. And these guys are 110 points. Quinten is 110 points below that, or 12 if you want to get specific. Mario, of course, is 40 points below it, 40-ish. And he's in perfect line now to open up hit with a break and run if he completes these last 3 balls and then the 8. Ideal position is just roll up very softly here for the 6 and come over for the 8 ball in any of the 6 pockets he chooses. He's got an easy path to get to the middle of the table and play the 8 ball in the lower left-hand corner, as he just indicated by looking at it. But everything is ideal with this break and run. Except he's overshot it and gone to the side. That's probably where he wanted to position himself. He had a much better landing area to get straight in on this 8 ball. And he chose a little speed and opens up. They are alternating the break every 2 racks. A very new change, and a very welcome change, I think. I think the players like that a lot better. It gives them a chance to get back into a match, for instance, when they're at the business sport from 6 to 7 games in. They can get back in, and when they're at about 5 and 6 games apiece, those 2 breaks in a row make a very big difference and can really turn the match in their favor. Winning the lag is advantageous because you can get out to a 2-0 start, as we might see right here. if he can copy his last break. Cue ball was bumped. There goes the 11 ball. Is it going to go in? No. And it looks like we have the first dry break. The second break is dry. Mario at the table. Mario's been tested. His first match he won 8-6. Second match he won 8-6. In his loss to Albin Ocean, he lost 8-5. And this fourth match will be telling. Looks like he's going to start out with the 1 ball. Oh, it was a close one. He's in good position here to address the rest of these. The 8 ball is going to have to be moved, it looks like. Not sure if it goes by. It does go by the 11 off. The 2 ball will be his key shot, probably the last one he plays, for a stop shot on the 8 and the side. Oh, this could have got a little tricky for him here. He got a little straighter on the 6 than I think he would like to be, because he'd like to come over for the 5 ball and then the 7 and then play that 2 last. So he's having to play the 5 ball now. And he's going to be in trouble. It did get dicey there. He got too didn't quite get on that 6 ball the way he wanted. Now he's faced with becoming rather creative here and finding a shot. He's going to try the 7 in the side. He's going to back cut the 7 ball. Nicely done. And is he on the 6? He's on the 2. And coming off the 6 ball, he's going to be going towards the 2 balls in the side pocket there. He might have to choose playing the 2 now. He is not. He's going to play the 6 ball. This cue ball is going to be must be very well controlled here. It's made the ball. He came through there perfectly, beautifully. Just right, the speed, everything was just right for that shot. What a great shot that was. And to close this out, game number 2 goes to Mario He. They are tied at 1. They are racking the balls into an indented table, or cloth, excuse me. And the balls are racking very nice. We've seen the players break extremely well on this Predator Arc table. And you have this match here. This is on table 1. We are streaming 2 tables. As you can see in the background, he is about to break for game number 3. Tied at 1. He'll have 2 breaks and has executed a nice break. It looks like the 9 goes by the 2, but what about the 12 ball over on the opposite rail, against the rail there? Does that one go by? No, it doesn't. So he won't take it for that reason. I think he'll take solids here. But the 7 ball is tough too. It has to be addressed, has to be moved. What's there that he can get on the 7? There's that 4 ball right by the spot. He has to get on just right to get on the 7. He might go after that right now. Play the 1 ball, come over for the 4 and play it to the lower right hand corner and try to open up the 7. The problem is he doesn't have an insurance shot. This is trouble. This isn't straightforward. He's going to have to do quite a bit of work here. He went for the stripes. Still has to move that ball. He's just positioned the 1 in a place that could give him trouble. I doubt it. But it's pretty open now. He's only got one shot from here. And that's the stripe up on the top rail. Oh, I like taking this stripe and then playing the 9 ball next, and then the 11 to open. Oh, he's going to go this way. Wow. I like the other pattern on the left side to come out and open this ball because of the guaranteed shots. Oh, he's looking to see if it goes to the upper corner. See, I like him coming, playing the 9 ball as you see it now, and then the 13 right next to it and sliding over for that stripe that's tied up. He can still do it from here, and the 10 will be his insurance shot. He's trying to break it out here, and he did just enough. Very well done. If this 9 ball goes, he'll play that now. I'd like to welcome everyone that's watching the stream on Billiard TV and also YouTube. Mario looking good here. Let's see which way he decides to try to get on this A ball for the lower left hand corner. He's got to leave it in a position between where the 6 is and the 8 is on that line to have a good shot for the 8. And he's perfect from the 10 to get there. He's looking at that now. And Mario with a very good break and run. We'll be breaking again. There's Felix Vogel from Germany, junior world champion. He's playing Tomas Kaplan, who played a very, very high quality match versus Max Lechner. He lost 8-5, but he had 4 break and runs out of that match. I had the pleasure of commentating that, one of the best matches we've seen. There was a total of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 out of 13 games they broke and ran. So Felix has his hands full. Meanwhile, Mario to break here. He's pocketed a ball. He has an open 7 ball, an easy ball over the corner pocket for the stripes, so he has no problem with opening shots. He's trying to decide which set is easier, and at this point I'm going to say that the solids are easier because of the position of the 2 ball. But where the 5 ball is laying is no picnic, although the 3 ball is there to get good position. Interesting. I wouldn't mind opening with the 2 ball here. Actually, he's going to open with a 6. The 8 ball is not in the best of locations against the rail, but it's all by itself. Well, he's going to be forced to play the 1 ball here. Playing position for either the 4 or the 3. More than likely it'll be the 4 ball, because the 3 will not give him position on the 5. It heads out of there. I don't know if he can hold position for the 5 ball. So he's in a little bit of a pickle here. He's going to take some good control here to get on this 6 ball. Maybe even move the 8. Yeah, he's hung the ball. He had to hold for the 6, and that made it really tough. Wouldn't have been a bad idea to try to bump the 8 ball with the cue ball there and hold position for the 6 and improve the placement of the 8 ball. Mr. Pongers, young man from the Netherlands. Open table. He's got a problem ball. He doesn't really have a problem ball here. 150 players in this tournament. 50,000 euros at stake for the players. More importantly, the points. The overall ranking on the Predator Eurotour for Mario is, gosh, where is he? He's at number 13 in the total points for the ranking for the Eurotours. Pretty much just close it up, but he's going to have a tough shot on this on this 8-ball. He's going to have to bring it past the side pocket to the corner. He's going to have to elevate here too on top of it, so not in the best of positions, but it's going to take a good shot to win this game on that 8-ball. Nice position, very nice, about as best as he could do, about the best that he could do. Down the rail. Nicely done. Beautiful shot down the rail. So he takes the first of Mario's breaks. Oh, he took the second of Mario's breaks. He will now be breaking 2 times. They're tied at 2. Our sponsors are Simonis Cloth, Aramith Billiard Balls, Longoni, Kamui, a title sponsor, and of course Predator Group, bringing you matches like Felix Vogel versus Thomas Kaplan that you're seeing now on this front table. In the background there in this Olimia, Therme Olimia venue, with all the little stars around and all the star players. Breaking the 5th game of the match. I'm not sure anything went in. And a disappointed Pongers goes to a seat. The Austrian at the table. "31 years of age. He's won 6 Eurotours, the first in 2016. (2017) in Austria, the Veldhoven Open in 2018, again in 2019. The Klagenfurt Open in 2018, and in 2022 the Italian Open. Best finish is semifinals of the WPA World 9-Ball Championships. He was also in the World Cup of Pool along with his teammate Albin Ocean. Oh, what a tough place to be here. Not quite what he liked. Trying to come around that 7-ball. Now he's going to have a severe cut to the side pocket on the 7. It looks like he goes by the 10. He is called an extension. He's going for the bank. A little high, and he's left an open table for Mario, but his opening shot is either that long 7-ball to the corner or this 6-ball to the side here. Neither one is a piece of cake. And the reason they weren't a piece of cake is he has the stripes. commentator got a little confused there. Only ball that may be a problem is the 15 right next to the 2 ball and the 1 ball there. I think he was going to use the 10 ball to open up the 15, kind of push it to the head rail for position on the 9 or the 11 in an open shot. Now he does not have that. He may try to recreate that position off this 13 ball, or will he play the 10 ball now? Does he go to the head of the table and come back for the 15? He tried it, and it's not gonna be ideal for him. It's found the bottom hole in the corner pocket. Needed a lot more spin on that ball to break it. Bonger's breaking out the 1 ball on this shot, I believe. No, he's just going to play it to the side pocket. There we go. I'm totally confused here. Why would he not play? Well, it goes to the corner. He's not going to like this at all. I thought he was going to address that ball by the 15 there. He didn't, and now he's positioned himself behind the 13 ball, and he solids. Severe cut on this ball. Makeable shot, but I believe that's all you could see. So he's left the long and tough 9 ball. A back cut on the 15, it looks like. Mario looking over both those shots. He's going to settle on the 15 ball to the upper right hand corner. And again, he's left a long and tough shot on this 1. This 5th game is making these guys work. Got to cue it rather straight. He did, but did it go? No. It found the left side, found the long rail and hit the left side of the pocket. This should take care of game number 5 right here. Mario's in perfect position to just stop, stop, and stop, and then shoot the 8 ball. I wonder if he'll play the last ball to the side or come up and down for it. He's come up and down for it. He is not gonna like this. Well, I guess he does. He can cue it. I thought he was gonna have some awkward cueing over the 6, but he's on the side of it, so he's okay. And nice stop shot for the 8. Mario is a multi-Predator PBS champion. He's won in the US on the 10 ball stage. I think he won twice in Michigan. He is a multi Austrian pool champion. Looks like 10 times. An American straight pool champion, so he's well versed in this great sport of pool that we all love. Breaking game number 6. 6 ball going to the corner. Probably take the stripes. He'll use this 5 ball to open up the 1 and the 8. No, he did take the stripes. Sorry about that. Again, I was looking at the problems, and that was one of the problems. Nine, 14, and 15, and then the 8 ball. Or was that the 11? You should take a double look at that 8 and make sure it goes. He has room. From this angle, it's pretty tight. You just looked at it now, it goes. A stop shot or stay in the area shot. Mario looking at the shot from behind. And you can tell by the way the 1 ball moved, that was a very nice hit and a very well played out. Kaplan and Vogel, 6-3 lead for the Pole over the young German. This is probably Felix's second break. See if we watch his break here, or will they move us over to the other table? They'll move us over to the other table, and we'll watch Quinten Pongers break the balls. I'm sorry, that was Mario. And that was a nice, very nice clean hit by Pongers to pocket that 8 ball. Sending that 1 ball almost to the corner pocket. Meanwhile, Mario, with no easy pickings here for this opening shot after the break. He's down by, they're tied at 3, excuse me. Let's see. In the 6. Nice shot on this 2-ball. Alrighty. Doesn't want to bump that ball. He wanted to get by it so he could play the 3-ball easily to the upper corner pocket. And he's bumped it. Now he's giving him himself a cut on it. Will he play the 3 or will he play the 6-ball? Well, he's got a choice of 3 shots, all about the same degree of difficulty. He does cut the 3 in, and he's ended up in a good position to play any of the 3 remaining solids. Yeah. Playing the 6, coming straight across for the ball on the rail, which is the 4 or the 1 ball. It's going to be the 1. He's making things a little hard on himself. He would like to come up a little higher than that and played that ball that's next to the cue ball to the corner pocket, and then just stop the cue ball on the 1 for the 8. But now he's got to run back over. The straighter the better. I'll have to bring the cue ball up a little bit to play the 8 ball in the same pocket. Both players with the break and run so far in this match, but only one. And Mario takes that game for a 1-game lead at 4-3, and back to this match here between Kaplan and Vogel. This match was at 6-3 a second ago when Mario broke the balls. It looks like a different game because they were both about to break. And that Kaplan-Vogel match is at 7-3, and that was Tomas at the table, so that could be all it wrote for Vogel. Meanwhile, Quinton looks like he's playing with a carbon fiber cue on an ivory joint. And the reason I point that out and say something about that is I've been attempting to do the same thing. It has a very nice hit. Does he play the 2 ball first? Or does he slide the 10 ball past it and take the stripes? What did he just do? Play the safety, I believe, so the table is still open. And Mario is going to take about the only shot he has, which is the 11 ball to the side pocket or the long 6. Can't tell which one he's shooting. 11 ball to the side pocket, another miss by the 813 rated Fargo player of Mr. He. It's one of the funny times in the match where both players just don't seem real settled. They got a little uncomfortable. Mario was rolling right along, and now things have gotten a little tricky for both. Now he's going to have to find a way to break out that 14 ball that's by the 5. And he did it right then and there. His insurance shot was the 13 up on the head rail. Now will he come all the way down to get on this 9 ball? He's going to the left side of the table. Oh, he went the other way, okay. Well, he's not going to be happy. He's okay. He's got the 11 and then coming across for the, try to get on the 9 or the 14 or the 13, excuse me, right there. It's gonna work. Oh, hello, 8 ball. He gets by that, and he's in pretty good form to shoot the 11. Now he has to kick at the 9 or bank the 9. Does it go by the 3? If it does, it's a half a pocket. Half a pocket. Very well done, except for that part right there. He was trying to bump it. Surprised he shot it with so much pace. Tough ball to get down here for this ball, for the 11. Come all the way around the table. Another opening for Mario. Anywhere up on top of where he's got his cue stick is a good safety. If he chooses to take it, he could shoot the 6 ball. I think he's going with a safe. Well, he's left it. He can slow roll this and nibble the 11 ball on the side there and leave the cue ball low, but I think he still leaves a shot on the 6. He went for it. Well, now it's open for Mario, and this is why he played the safety. I don't believe he had Pongers would have a shot at playing the safe there. Both players struggling a bit the last 2 games, this game and the one before. Completely open table, no problems, no foreseeable problems. Cue ball in the center of the table gets him any shot he wants of all 3 balls left. Pretty straightforward run. These 2 balls for a 5-3 scoreline. And I believe Mario will be breaking 2 breaks. He could be on the hill by the time that Pongers comes to the table again. No, I guess not. He will be breaking. Well, I like this alternating format, but it's had me a little bit on the confused side this match, to be perfectly honest with you listeners out there. One of the things about these Euro tours and the fact that Predator now brings them to you in the US, we never really had a lot of ability to view them out here in the US, is that we have people from all around the country. And Europe, of course. Oh, that worked out pretty good for that to line up. May as well pocket both those balls and then come up for the 7, the 6, and the 3. We have viewers from Washington State, from Texas. Texas is having some disastrous trouble with some flooding at this time, if you guys aren't aware of it. The Guadalupe River has really been causing havoc. Close to 300 lives lost. I'm sorry, close to 200 lives lost. We have Michigan in the house, so we have quite a Thailand, Germany, quite pool fans from all around the world. Did he come over for this? Yes. Now he's just going to come up for the 7 ball after the 1 and shoot the 8 ball to the left-hand corner. Close the gap a little bit. And he'll be breaking to tie the match once he completes the run out here. This is and Pongers is able to break and run that. And there you saw a very well controlled break by Felix Vogel from Germany. As he's trailing in this match, his opponent is on the hill. So there's no tomorrow for this young man. He's got to complete the run out on that rack. And back to Mr. Pongers. The balls to the side pockets don't go. The 2 ball does go in the upper right hand corner pocket. And his opening shots really are limited. Unless you can see that ball by the 1 ball by the side pocket. And that got him in perfect line to take care of the 2 balls on the bottom part of the table. He'll work his way up for the 3 solids up on the top part and the 8 ball by the side. Barring an unforced error, we should have a tie ball game here at 5. He's going to have to settle for a little bit of an angle on this 7 because he got on the wrong side of the 6 and he's cueing over a ball. Should leave the cue ball close to the rail on the right and just take the angle on the 7. Oh, for a second there I thought he missed the ball. Got to smooth this in and get to the middle of the table with the cue ball. Does not want to hit the center of the table there on top. He didn't. Struck it perfect. And we are tied at 5 as soon as the 8 ball drops. for another run out by the young Pongers. So Felix's score was 7-3 just a little bit ago. It's now 7-6. Just won 3 games in a row, or 3 out of the last 4 games. He had a very well controlled break on the last rack, which leads me to believe he ran it out. And we don't get to watch this one. So we're back to Mr. He. Tied at 5. The side pocket balls do not go, and I don't think anything else went, so will they trade? No. Something did go. Opening shot, not a problem. He's got 2 solids that he could shoot. He's got a stripe he could shoot in the side, so it's what he wants to do. The 1 and the 5 are tied up next to a stripe, which is also going to present a little bit of a problem. But that's where the trouble is, at the head of the table. He might just go after this right here. Nice and soft to the 10, from the 10 up for the 13. And he's got the perfect angle to come into those 2 solids and try to get that stripe out, or get a shot on the stripe. It looks like he goes by the solids, so he just comes straight over to the left side and shoot it in the right, just like. Oh, this next shot's going to be a long one because he's pretty straight here and there's not too much he can do with it, with a cue ball. He forced it out, and as you can see, he missed position and he missed the ball. And now he's left a very nice opening for this young man from the Netherlands. That could be a very costly turn there for Mario. Forward 2 rails. Either the 2 or the 4 ball would be a good shot to get on the 6 ball next.
Extension.
He may decide to change his way around this rack here. He's coming back for the 6. I thought he might follow and play the 7 and then play the 6. But that's perfect. Gonna come back just a hair. And now from the 7 to the 8 is pretty obvious. And this will be the first time the young Dutchman leads in this match, other than the opening break and run that he had. And it's 6-5. Well, a 7-6 score. I imagine the young German just lost that match. Let me make sure if I can. Mario trying to take care of business here on these Kaplan has defeated Felix Vogel 8-6. That was in the loser qualification. So Felix is out. Kaplan moves to the final 32. Mario trying to put this back at even at 6-6. Has 2 stripes and an 8 to accomplish that. Nice soft shot here for this 15 to get on the 8 in the middle and tie things up. Tied at 6. Sponsors for this tournament, Predator Group. Go to PredatorCues.com and you can find all kinds of information on cues, tables, cloth, balls. They're a pro team. Lots of information available there. And then, of course, Aramith Billiard Balls is another sponsor. Longoni, Iwan Simonis Billiard Cloth, which is on this Predator arc table. And this is the Kamui Slovenian Open. Being held in Slovenia. at the Therme Olimia in Podcetrtek, I believe. Players in a little break. Take time here to say hello to people watching on Billiard TV on their big screens, and hello to the people in the watching on YouTube. We have a lot of support from a lot of the people on the YouTube and Billiard TV. If you want information on this tournament, well, go to epbf.com and you have the brackets, the live scoring. You can find some history of players by just clicking on their name, and you'll see the player list. You'll see when they started, all the Eurotour tournaments they've played in. If you click on their individual names, you can get a wealth of information there. You can see overall rankings for the Eurotour. Speaking of rankings, I think I have mentioned the fact that Mario He is ranked number 7 in the WPA rankings so far this year. And I think he was pretty high on the overall rankings for the Eurotour. Yes, he's number 13. You can see Mario pacing, going back to his spot, and here comes Mr. Bongers, who will be breaking in this alternate break format. Mario winning the last game. Things started out with Quintin Bongers breaking and running out the first rack. Then I believe he broke dry on the second and Mario cleared the table. Then he broke and ran a rack of his own for a 2-1 score, but Bongers coming back with the game, then he with the game, Bongers with the game, he with 2, and then 3 straight games won by Quintin. And finally, to tie things up, Mario wins the game. And we're tied at 6. Bongers to break. The balls have been indented on the cloth, the spot where they break from. And there goes the ball to the side, which were designated balls actually. They're playing the 2 balls behind the head ball to the side pockets. Has an open shot on either the stripe or the solid of the corner pocket. I'm not sure I saw what I just saw. Missing this 2 ball from where he's at. Little pace on the ball. And he misses it to the right side of the pocket. Missed it badly. He's still scratching his head, I think. Well, his chin. Mario not left with much. It's an open table. Pongers broke the balls, missed the 2 that was hanging in the hole, and left absolutely nothing. Might as well just keep the cue ball there and see what he does. Banking the 7 to the side pocket. I think he's better off kicking the 7 to the side pocket here. Oh, he almost made it. He really held that up with speed. It's really the first opening of this game. Things couldn't get any tougher for these guys. That miss at the beginning of the rack for the opening shot left safe, and then Mario plays safe, and Bongers tries that bank shot. This is a tough place to be. Totally tree-topped over a ball, and he makes the long straight-in shot. Nice cueing, very nice cueing. And then he comes back and misses that 7 ball. Little tricky because it's on the rail, but still a very makeable shot for Mario. He's got to open up the 11 ball. They're right by the 15. He's going to come into the 1. Does he come up with a shot? The answer is going to be probably no. Oh, he might have one on this 12 or the 14. Don't think he has a shot on the 9. Does 10 ball go? A little bit of a back cut. He held that up real nice. Now he's got a couple of shots. So you got to do something with the 9 ball. It's going to be a tough shot regardless of where he ends up on, unless it's moved. That'll give you an idea of the importance of a shot clock. Running to get his extension. Will you take the 9 now? Things just open up for the young man. 3 balls from being on the hill. Over an opponent 73 points higher in Fargo.
Now it's over, but it's 2 extensions. I didn't want to disturb you, but it's 2 extensions now.
7-6 and some sort of incident that Mario's not happy with. Breaking for the match. Cue ball was kissed out of a scratch. There goes the 11 to the side pocket. He's got 2 easy stripes sitting in front of pockets to open it up. All the stripes are open. I pretty much think he's going to take the stripes. Especially if that 8 ball goes by the 6 to the lower right hand corner. This will be coming right back towards him, to the rail and out. He'll put a little bit of howdy do on this cue ball to bring it back and back off the rail. Not too much. Like playing the 9 ball here to the head rail with the cue ball and back for the 12 ball in the side. No, he came back down for this interesting that he played it that way. I would have played for the ball on the side and then come over for that ball. The key shot is the 10. So he just has to draw up for it a little bit and he's fine. Doesn't want to go too far past the 4 for position. He might just hold it there and take the 10 where it's at. He has to come up a little, so that'd be the best thing, is to just stop the cue ball. He can't, he's not straight in. Wow, that bump just hurt him. And now you can see how just being just a little bit off angle can just change things. Now he's got to go for a jump shot and draw it back just a little bit to have it, or just stop it if possible. Be a good jump shot. It lays very nice to make a very nice shot. Will we have a highlight shot here? Yes, we do. And left it high, but Mario's going to have to contend with that solid next to the 8. He's going to do it right now off the 6. He'll want to hit the solid, not the 8. That's perfect. I think he'll take this 2-ball, come up for the 2 balls at the upper part of the table, and then down for the ball by the 8. No, he's going to take the ball by the 8 now. Either way, they all play. Could have done a little better to get up past the side pocket, get a little closer to his work, but this is a very makeable, but it can be tricky if your mind's not right. And this is going to make it a hill-hill match, pocketing this ball and then the 8. This match started off really strong, and then they had some Pongers had 2 breaking runs about the middle, just past the middle of it, to take a lead, or to tie it up at 5, excuse me. But then they've switched back and forth because of the break, because of misses, because of errors, and here they are, tied at the hill, tied on the hill. One of the things about 8-ball is there's so many ways to accomplish your run out, but this is a good way to start, with a break and an opening shots with either set. There's 6 stripes on the table, and 5 solids. I like the solids here. Definitely like the solids because of the 1 in the 2 ball. Just come over and get in line and get good on the 2. And it should be able to close it out. Mario's not happy about something here. I'm not sure what it is. You can play the 1 ball here very soft, then play the 2, come back for the 6, play the 7, and get on the 8. Interesting. This is going to be interesting. Well, now he's back where everything started. And he could have done this at first. He chose to do it at the end. Again, in 8-ball, the choices can vary. But the most important part here is he was able to take care of business, break and run out the last game to win the match and move on to the final 32 in this loser qualification match. And Mario He defeats Quinten Pongers from the Netherlands. The Austrian moves into the final 32. And we'll be back tomorrow with a lot of action, beginning with the final 32. In fact, we'll be back. We have one more match that I think I'll be doing here at noon, Arizona time. And it'll be 9 o'clock here in Slovenia. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. This was George Tejea bringing you the live action from Slovenia.